Good afternoon, everyone. I call Committee of Supply, Section A to order. We're meeting today to continue consideration of the estimates of the Ministry of Tourism, Arts, Culture, and Sports. I now recognize the Minister to move the vote.
Thank you, Chair. Resolved that a number not exceeding $167,955,000 be granted to Her Majesty to defray the expenses of Ministry of Tourism, Arts, Culture and Sport Ministry operations to 31st March 2023.
Thank you, Minister. I now recognize the member from Saanich North and the Islands.
Well done. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are we good? Yeah, okay. Thank you, and thank you for this opportunity to take a look at the budget a little bit further for tourism, arts, culture, and sport. Just a question through you, Mr. Chair, to the Minister with respect to the broader work of government on the Declaration Act. Maybe can the Minister characterize what responsibility or what specific actions there are for this Ministry of Tourism, Arts, Culture and Sport with respect to the Declaration Act?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. And thank you to the member opposite for the question. I mean, I think it's an issue that we share, there's a great passion of ours that we share in common. It was a historic moment in 2018 when we all unanimously voted for the Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples Act. The member opposite and myself and the member from Skeena had a radio interview to talk about DRIPA and the importance to all of our parties. So I think it's a nonpartisan issue. There's so many layers to the member's question that I just don't know where to start, quite frankly. Right now, we're narrowing down the draft action plan, which was a call for community consultation for people to come forward with their ideas, what they wanted specific ministers to do. There are 4 that are very clearly identified, 2 of which, one is around repatriation, the other one is around the Royal BC Museum. 2 are identified for the Indigenous Tourism BC sector, and another one that I believe might be coming is sport. So the draft action plan is being finalized, and that's the responsibility of the Minister for Indigenous Relations. But I would say to the member, I can assure you that everything that I do has a reconciliations lens, whether that's board appointments for the BC Arts Council, the Royal BC Museum, working with the Knowledge Network. When I think about the commissioning that's going on with the Knowledge Network and concerns that have been brought forward from equity-seeking groups that not enough efforts have been made to ensure that Indigenous filmmakers are working behind to the front of the scenes, all of that work is within the lens of our government. When I think of sport, the Indigenous Hall of Fame was a call to action. I can't remember exactly what article, maybe 87, but the work that we do is fully in line with the TRC's calls to action and DRIPA, knowing that there's a long way to go. But I don't know about you, through you, Honourable Chair. I try to take things from a very pragmatic perspective. So Indigenous Tourism BC, let's make sure that they're thriving before the pandemic. When we think of sport, let's ensure that we're investing in iSpark. And what's the other one of my arts, culture? Yeah, so arts. I mean, the BC Arts Council, I think a big part of that, again, just like the Knowledge Network, to ensure that we have more supports to artists and to break down some of the systemic barriers that have stood in the way for them to access programming. So I hope that satisfies some of the members' question, but I think reconciliation and actioning DRIPA is in everything that we do. Thank you.
Member.
Thank you. So in looking at the estimates or looking at the budgets for each of the ministries, there is not a separate line item for the implementation of the draft action plan. Can the minister maybe just kind of highlight how her ministry will prioritize and like considering the comments that the minister made and you know our shared background, recognizing that this is a priority for the minister, but how does the minister kind of empower the ministry, knowing that there's not a specific line item to undertake the extra work of reconciliation? I say extra work only because previously the work of the ministry happened and reconciliation prior to the passing of the Declaration Act wasn't the priority of the government. So how does this mesh? There's not a specific line item, yet the Minister of Finance says that the priorities are outlined in what is in the budget. And so how is the minister going to ensure that those specific action items are going to be completed within the budget that hasn't necessarily expanded?
Minister.
Great, thank you, Honourable Chair. And so to the member opposite, again, asking a really important, valuable question, right? Because to make systemic change, I can assure you that everywhere I go, every time I'm invited to anything, it's always about bringing more money. And I don't always believe that new money is going to solve systemic issues. I think policy changes by some of the examples that I shared with the member, appointments of board members to institutions so that they can guide the work and deliver on government's mandate from the top down. I think programming shifts, for an example, through the Knowledge Network or the BC Arts Council, are about making more space for people to have a seat at the table. And so that's how I see the world. I look at things in a holistic way and say, hey, has that sliver always gone to the same underrepresented groups? And maybe that sliver should be widened for these groups that have been underrepresented, which means that other groups need to share space. And that is an uncomfortable space for a lot of people because they will naturally say they are being cut from programming. And I don't see it that way. I don't see them as cuts. I see them as systemic change, saying that if we want to continue doing the same thing, there will always be cultural groups that dominate all sorts of program areas. So that's the policy shift that I would assure the member that we are trying to do. Some of the draft calls to action that are specific to my mandate. One is co-develop a policy framework to support First Nations repatriating cultural belongings. So some of that, again, is policy work and ensuring that Indigenous leaders are guiding the museum on how to do repatriation, but also understanding that repatriation isn't always about a money value, as much as we'll probably talk about that later on in the session, Mr. Speaker. It's also about like the cultural protocol that we have to follow in doing that work. Another one of the actions is to reset the relationship between the Royal BC Museum and the First Nations by ensuring that Indigenous voices are prioritized. So again, in terms of value for money, I think it's priceless when we have Indigenous people at the table working with our Crown agencies like the Royal BC Museum to have, in the 21st century and 2022, more Indigenous people having space and taking space in that institution. I was just talking to the staff about that. That also includes workforce practices. Who is hired in that institution? How many Indigenous people are employed at the Royal BC Museum? Those are questions that we're asking, and those are the measures that we're going to be looking at. Those are the metrics. Indigenous tourism has been hit hard by COVID, so trying to provide reactive relief is something that we are going to try to do to make sure that they're thriving. But the other call to action says establish new investments to support Indigenous tourism. So we're looking at them all very closely. But I would love the members opposite's thoughts here, that I just don't always think through you, Mr. Chair, that money will solve some of these social inequities and cultural inequities. Some of these policy shifts, I think, take from getting institutions to rethink and recalibrate the lens in which they look at, and whether reconciliation is threaded throughout all the levels of these institutions. I hope that's clear. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Member.
Thank you, and thank you to the Minister for the response. And I certainly, I agree with the Minister. I think that it's accountability is easier to track when you've got a line item in a budget. And this is at the core of the question, is accountability to that specific line item is much easier to follow when that line item exists. Now, I understand that there are mechanisms that the government is creating, the Secretariat as an example, in which all the ministries will be reporting to in some way, and that will be sorted out later. So, no, certainly I can remember when I first got around the table in local government, that just the change in conversation had nothing to do with money. It just had to do with a different informed voice at the table, adding to the conversation. So you're absolutely right. The minister's absolutely right that the addition of people will have probably the greatest impact on culture. I'm just digging into the budget here to try to understand how the accountabilities within each of the ministries will flow when you're looking at the things that your ministry was always doing, and now this extra work that's going to show up in the action plan in terms of this. And I recognize that the four things that I think you've mentioned, and we're going to move on to one of them now, has been something that you've already been working on, and that's repatriations. I've raised this with this ministry a few times with respect to repatriation. Very small, relatively speaking, a very small budget. I think it was around $500,000 was allocated to numerous First Nations for the repatriation effort. And as the minister pointed out, once this process starts in many Indigenous cultures, it needs to end. There needs to be a finishing point to it. You can't start this work of bringing our ancestors home or bringing home items of cultural significance. You can't even really raise it without having without having the commitment to follow through and to finish the work. So when I look at the what is around a $200 million investment being made in the museum, $200 million in storage, for example, and I look at the amount of money that's going to Indigenous nations for repatriation, maybe the minister can provide a little bit of context as to how it is that this government is supporting Indigenous nations with the really important work, the cultural work that's done for the repatriation with the financing that's needed in order to be able to secure the people to do that important work.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, what I appreciate best about this estimates is that we can agree to agree, and recognizing that there is work to do on repatriation. I think I just looked at the fine print around co-developing a policy framework, because what the member opposite had shared is not just about how you start, it's how you finish. I am the Minister for Sport, so I will use lots of sport lines. We'll give it our best shot is the other one that I use. We'll put our best foot forward. I'll give you all those words to share the commitment that we want to move forward on this. But I think the member opposite, through you, Chair, is recognizing that there hasn't been a playbook, so to speak. Some of the work that started with the museum was building out some of that policy, the framework, the handbook. Then along the way, there were some challenges at the museum around just the institutional workplace. We've got people building out the iCard team so that they have that cultural competency. The member opposite mentioned the building. The collections building, part of the collections and research building is to bring greater access to community, partnering with the local nations, ensuring that they're engaged members in the community, which is going to be a greater benefit to the member opposite in this side of the water than it will be to me on the other side of the water. But I think the Royal BC Museum is trying to turn things around and be more accessible, working in tandem with Indigenous nations. I'll often say paddling together. But is there more work to do on repatriation, knowing that the work costs money? Yes, there is more work to do. And I hope to have positive news coming out of our ministry in the coming months, but I will commit to the member that I take these actions seriously, because at the end of the day, when the member opposite, through you, Chair, talked about accountability, I'm accountable. I'm accountable for committing to deliver on these actions as my word to the nations and everyone who's asked us to move forward on these things. They are within a 5-year time frame, so if I'm here next year and I get asked if I delivered on all of them in the first year, I'm going to give it my best shot. And I don't know if I'm going to be here in 5 years. But I think the work that we do comes through advocacy and through the member talking about repatriation and thinking about what the museum has done. And I'll just leave it on that note. The museum did a lot of work with the discovery of the 215 children and the province, and that cultural work it's not easy work, I guess, is what I want to leave with the record for those that are paying attention to this work. It takes a lot, and as I'm learning more about repatriation, I'm also learning that there aren't a lot of archivists. There's one Indigenous archivist in all of BC, which is absolutely unacceptable, and so there's a lot of work to do. But as I'm learning, I'm going to continue advocating along with the member. Thank you.
Member.
Thank you, and thank you to the minister for her response. I think often when a museum looks at an item, they will view it as an artifact. And when our communities look at an item, it's an item of cultural significance. It's alive. It still has a purpose, a use in our community for, a sacred ceremony, or and it means something different to each family as well. And so, I think one of the things that when we passed the Declaration Act was front and center for me was that a huge part of reconciliation is the return of these sacred items to our families. It's like taking a member of your family away and keeping them away from the rest of the family. It wouldn't be acceptable. It's not acceptable. And so the real challenge that we face here with museums and with the history is that I think these items were taken under the pretext that Indigenous people were going to cease to exist. And so we were going to preserve these items as a way to remember what was before at a time, at a more comfortable time than the time that they were taken. We clearly know that Indigenous people are thriving in this province now. And so, I think that the challenge that we run into is the delay, or is the time. I've been raising this, respecting the fact that the minister has not been in this role for the entire time that I've been raising this issue, but I have been raising this issue with this government going back to the CASA days, because I remember a cousin of mine saying to me that $30,000 is just like the primer, and then you have to go and get the other 90% of the funding that it takes to repatriate an item. And you're taking it from the education fund, from the elders fund, from the healthcare fund, and you're trying to accommodate this work that's being done, because once it's started, it can't stop. It must continue. Once you say those words, it's a requirement for it to continue. And so these very small grants to Indigenous nations to start the work is really just a teaser. It really is not that helpful. I mean, it's nice, and we'll celebrate the announcement when it comes, but it really, in the grand scheme of things, it is also very restricting in the sense that once the work started, you now have to go and collect the funding in order to make it happen. So my hope is that whatever the announcement is, it's a dramatic shift in the way that this work gets done and the way that this work is funded. And then the perspective that the museum and the government takes about these items, which are a part of the collection, have been a part of the collection for a long time, but where they rightfully belong. And so I look forward to the announcement. And through you, Mr. Chair, to the Minister, just with respect to the ongoing changes that are happening at the museum, the work started on floor 3, and I've received a lot of emails, being an MLA from this region. I've received a lot of emails about this, the third floor exhibits of the First Peoples and Becoming BC, that it was going to be a decolonization of the museum's galleries. Now, I see that has changed. Can the Minister maybe provide a little bit of context around exactly what we're going to be seeing on that third floor and the modernization of the third floor of the Royal BC Museum?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, to the member opposite, back in November when the announcement was made that changes were happening to the third floor, it drew a lot of interest from people with a lot of opinions about what should stay, what should not change, and perhaps a concern that history was being erased or destroyed. And so there's a lot to just unpack in my answer for you. I mean, the call to action came from a call to action from the community that the third floor wasn't reflective of the diversity in the province. The other fact is the third floor's displays, not the actual archives, have asbestos, so you can't tinker around with the third floor. The third floor is being digitized, so it's 3D virtual tour will be accessible to folks outside of the community. I think what we're trying to do, and I'm sorry that the member, through you, Chair, didn't hear my responses earlier, that there's a lot going on at the museum. There's 2.6 hectares of activity at the Royal BC Museum. Most people are familiar with the third floor, but what we're fundamentally trying to do is turn things around, turn things inside out. A lot of the collections, which is why we're building the collections and research building out in Colwood, is to make it more accessible to Indigenous partners along the way, having cultural workshops, working with the universities, making sure that students and classes have access to it. But the engagement that we've committed to doing for what replaces the third floor takes time. Right now, we're giving some TLC to the third floor that hasn't had that TLC for decades. And that work, as a member may have heard through the debates through you, Chair, about asbestos, it's not something that you just go and dust off and move on. But we are committed to, I can assure the member that we are committed to taking the exhibits out on the road. So you might be hearing more about pop-ups. You might be hearing more about traveling exhibits, because that's what British Columbians are asking for of the Royal BC Museum, which I know the member opposite is over here in the capital region, but it is a British Columbia museum, and folks have asked for some of these exhibits to go on the other side of the water, so that British Columbians can benefit from these exhibits, because it's not just for education and locals, but it's also good attractions for tourists. So thank you, Chair.
Member.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just through you to the Minister, can the Minister just highlight what the engagement and consultation process looks like as over the coming weeks? And one of the big concerns that was raised to me through correspondence from my constituents was kind of the engagement consultation piece of this, and they've asked that I advocate or ask, what kind of community engagement can be expected in the coming weeks and months around the third floor, and so people who are interested have the ability to provide input.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too get a lot of those letters, so I apologize to all the MLAs who are getting all of these letters. But I do want to assure and bring confidence that the plan isn't baked, and so some might want to hear that the consultation framework is baked. As the interest comes in from the community, we want to make sure that we reflect and act upon what we've heard from individuals. In full transparency to the member opposite, if he's not aware, through you, Chair, we have a new CEO. There has been transition at the museum, and I don't want to sugarcoat that. There's been transition. We've had an acting CEO in the middle of a pandemic. We've got the collections and research buildings. We've had allegations of things that need to shift over there, and we know that we're committed to doing the community engagement along with Indigenous engagement, because they're not the same thing. And I hope that the member agrees that Indigenous people whose ancestral land we are sitting on, or whose ancestral remains in archives and collections that the member opposite referred to, are also unique. There's draft plans on community engagement, but nothing's baked. And a big part of that is allowing the CEO to carry out that work, and the ICAR team to get cemented, because there have been transition on some of the members involved with the repatriation team. So in time, and soon, we'll be coming out with more detailed plans on the engagement. Some of it's very light right now through the website, but we will have pathways for people to inform British Columbian what that third floor looks like, what the reimagined third floor looks like, and for them to even think more broadly, the reimagined new museum looks like, because that is the commitment that we've made publicly. Government's looking at a business case, and we are looking at what a modernized Royal BC Museum will look like overall. So it's not just about the third floor, as I mentioned to the member opposite. There's more than meets the eye to the average person who doesn't see all of the activity that's going on behind us. Thank you, Chair.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I respect the fact that these estimates have been going on for a number of hours now, and the minister has been answering our questions. I have one more question for this estimates. Just with respect to the term modernization, a museum, I've always had a kind of a interesting conflicted relationship with museums. On one hand, I get to go there and kind of look at the way a world was at some point in time when that world was captured and put in the museum, but it doesn't reflect the culture. It certainly doesn't reflect the culture that I come from very well. When we talk about the modernization of a museum, and I appreciate the fact that the new CEO is going to undertake a lot of the administration of this work, but from the minister's perspective, and perhaps this perspective of the ministry that's responsible for museums, what does a modern museum look like? It's. I mean, I understand the words, but we're taking kind of a very traditional institution and modernizing it. What does that look like, and how does it, from the minister's perspective, how does it look once it's done?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yeah, I mean, what does a modernized building look like? And first, I want to acknowledge the members' questions, because if you go up to my village of La Closap, our museum, in Greenville, is the exhibits are mostly accessible. You can touch them. The Niska aren't worried about any more things being stolen off our land. It's just completely open to the people to access, feel, touch, experience. So I think that a modern museum is accessible. I think it's interactive. I think that idea, if you go to the Orcas exhibit right now, you can look, feel, touch. You can press buttons. I'm like a child. I'm worse than my kids. You know, the idea of like, don't touch. I don't belong in museums. I'm too loud. I touch everything. I want to smell everything. So, so I think that's part of modern. I think we have a duty in the 21st century with, huge announcements in our budget around connectivity to to thread in the digital world. I was just up in Haida Gwaii at the Kai Center over the summer. Again, you can stand and orbit it into hearing virtually the elders. And I think that's an important story to hear. So the members asking me about my passions, I think it's about our values. Accessibility should be the building, especially the Royal BC Museum, which is a Crown agency, should be accessible by people of all abilities. And I think the People's Museum should be accessed by people beyond this greater Victoria region and other postal codes. And I mentioned in the previous response that the children from my village, they don't always have the opportunity to jump in a school bus to come down to this museum. That is about equity of access. That's what we're talking about accessibility. And I think people are very excited about the idea of digitizing things. And as I said about a value of turning things inside out, quite honestly, member, and I'm going to really try to keep my cool here, seeing pictures of residential school children and what the archivists have to go through as they help, as the member opposite talked about repatriation. There's a lot of evidence over in those buildings. And those archives have helped affirm some of the stories that the member was saying, validate that we're still here. So there's a lot I can say to the member opposite. I never thought I'd be in the business of museums, ever. I got into politics as a child and youth advocate. There's a lot of politics around museums. They're not all cost recoverable. They don't all make money. But I think it goes back to the idea of institutions do revalue our history, do revalue that we should have access to our history, do ostensibly value that we should learn something from our history. All of those values, I think, go into modernizing what this institution is. Not to mention, as the former Minister for Advanced Education, we need to build buildings for the next generation. They need to be more sustainable. They need to be more green. They need to be more energy efficient. But when it comes time to archives and collections and all the rest of it, with respect, again, going back to getting into the business of museums, it's really expensive to curate the exhibits for the right climate and all the rest of it. So a lot to unpack there, but ultimately modernization is, I think it's a once in a lifetime opportunity for us to do this. And I'm honored as an Indigenous person who has a very distinct lens to be carrying out this part of the mandate moving forward. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I ask the minister if they would like to make any further closing remarks before I call the vote.
Thank you, Chair. I want to take this opportunity to thank all my MLA colleagues for bringing in their advocacy on behalf of their constituents. I know that it's been a really tough year for tourism, arts, culture, and sport. And we take all the questions that have been brought forward to help us shape the work that we need to do. And I just want to thank my dream team for their work that they're doing. And I move. No? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, and all members. I will now call the vote. Shall vote 44 pass? Aye. Okay, thank you. Those opposed? Indicate nay. No? Okay, motion carried. Thank you, members. We'll take a 5 to 10 minute break while we wait for the Ministry of Labour to get set up. Good afternoon, members. I call Committee of Supply, Section A, back to order. We are now meeting to consider the budget estimates of the Ministry of Labor. So I now recognize the Minister to move the vote.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Vote number 37, resolve that the sum not exceeding $17,423,000 be granted to Her Majesty to defray the expenses of Ministry of Labor, Ministry Operations to 31st March 2023.
Thank you. Do you have any opening remarks, Minister?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I would like to. Thank you so much. I'm honored to be here today to present the 2022-2023 spending estimates for the Ministry of Labor. And I'd like to start by introducing the staff that I have here who have been working in the ministry. Trevor Hughes, to my right, Deputy Minister. John Blakely, right behind me. He's the Director of Labor Policy and Legislation Branch. And I have Brian Urquhart, Chief Financial Officer. I also have folks from WC Works at BC here as well. Mark Haywood, Chief Financial Officer. David Young, Senior Director, Claims Management Services. Mary Lovelace, Director, Prevention Planning Coordination and Support Services. Mr. Speaker, past 2 years of the pandemic really highlighted what we can accomplish when we work together. The fortitude, the endurance, compassion displayed by our fellow British Columbians have gotten us through an unprecedented time in our history. Budget 2022 reaffirmed our commitment to the people of British Columbia by focusing on the things that matters most to them. Throughout the pandemic, we have been making significant improvements that better support workers and employers. For first responders, not only have we expanded the numbers and type of presumptions, but we have also added more first responders to the eligibility list. We have increased benefits for the injured workers, removed barriers to access mental health support, and expedited health care for workers whose compensation claims have not yet been accepted. This pandemic has highlighted just how important it is for everyone to stay home when they are sick, no matter what job they have. No one should have to choose and make a tough decision to go to work sick or stay home and lose pay. So we moved to implement permanent paid sick leave for all BC employees covered by Employment Standard Act. And as of January 1st, 2022, BC became the first province in the country to establish a standard 5 pay days every year to protect workers, businesses, and their customers. I'm very proud of this because I know it will make a positive difference for almost 400,000 British Columbian workers. Having fair minimum wage is a key step in our effort to lift people out of poverty, to make life more affordable, and to build strong economic recovery for British Columbia. Effective June 1st, 2021, the general minimum wage increased to $15.20 an hour, the highest of any province in this country. Last year, we also moved to better protect children and youth by raising the general working age in BC from 12 to 16, and defining what type of jobs are appropriate and safe for those under the age of 16. This is because we have seen far too many young people who have been injured on the job, doing work, what they are not just prepared for mentally or physically. And that simply is not acceptable. In June, we announced that the WorkSafe BC was implementing changes to the BC Occupational Health and Safety regulations that require employers to conduct risk assessment for their workplaces when considering the need for safety headgear. This ensures that the turban-wearing Sikhs would be able to participate more fully in the workforce, keeping our workplaces even safer and inclusive. An important piece we are currently focused on is bringing in new protections to help keep people safe from the dangers of asbestos exposure. Mr. Speaker, I could go on and on and on. List is a long one, but at this point, I would like to acknowledge the labor opposition critic, Member for Shuswap, and the important role he and his colleagues play in a democratic system that we have here in British Columbia. And I look forward to the discussions ahead, and I'm pleased to answer any question that my critic might have.
I now recognize the member for Shuswap. Do you have any opening remarks?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the Minister for his opening remarks. Always proud to stand in the Legislature on behalf of the hardworking men and women of Shuswap, and certainly looking forward to having some in-depth inquiry into the estimates of the Ministry of Labour, and I think we might as well just get after it here right now. So just to get started, if the Minister could just provide a bit of an overview on the increase of the operating budget of the Ministry of Labour and any changes in FTEs that are being experienced or expected within this next fiscal.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The total budget for the ministry is $17,423,000.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the second part of that question, Minister, was just if there's been any changes or anticipated changes in the number of FTEs within the ministry for this current fiscal.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. As of December 31st, 2021, the total FTEs are 360.97, just a shy of 361.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And again, if the minister would be kind enough just to share what the anticipation is for any FTE changes in the current fiscal, so 2022 to 2023. I'm just looking for what the total number is, either currently or anticipated, if there's going to be anticipated increases during this current fiscal.
Minister.
Those are the numbers that we anticipate, except that we haven't received the final budget letter yet. And once the budget is finalized, then we could make decisions at that particular time how and how much additional budget may come to us to deal with the different areas of the ministry.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the minister. Is the minister anticipating any changes to the budget that's been presented before the legislature that we're actually debating today? If the minister might just be able to shed some light, if there are additional expenditures that he's expecting or additional funding that may be coming to the ministry. And so I guess the question would be, is it based on the current budget that the minister is presenting to this House today, is the anticipation that there will only be the continuation of the 361 FTEs?
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The core budget is the budget that I have just mentioned. And from time to time, the ministry, and I'm sure other ministry probably do the same thing, they go to the Treasury Board and ask for additional support. So I just want to make sure that I don't say something and say, look, this is it. But you know, from time to time, we do go to the Treasury for additional support in different areas that may come that hasn't been anticipated. So it could change if once we have the approval, but we don't have that letter yet.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister, for the answer. So from the minister's response, it's my understanding that it's a status quo budget, that the minister and his staff, I'm sure, have given a lot of consideration to the existing mandate letter in anticipation of any additional workload that may be undertaken by the ministry over this current fiscal. But just so I'm clear, I just want to make sure that I'm clearly understanding the minister that at this point in time, the budget that's presented to the House, in the minister's opinion, will satisfy the current mandate letter that's before him. Now, the minister has indicated that there may be changes that are outside of his knowledge at the moment, which may change, but I just want to make sure that the 361 FTEs that are part of the current staff complement for the ministry and the mandate letter and the efforts and initiatives that the ministry is undertaking at this point in time based on the knowns, that there will be no increases in FTEs over this current fiscal.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Just to be clear, the number that I gave the member is one part of our budget, but if you look at the entire budget, I think the member can see in the book, the budgetary books that was issued. So total budget actually is 49,034,000, and out of that, 31,666 is recoveries through WCB because we, through our ministry, manage a number of areas such as workers advisors and WCAT and et cetera. So out of the 49, a little over 49 million, 31 is recovery, 31.6 is recovery. So total actually is 49 total budget.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister. And I do recognize that that the $29 million base budget that's established for the salaries, that there's additional wages that are incurred in some of the different departments that are under the, I guess, purview of the ministry. Now, so on the 361 staff, that's the base staff working within the ministry, I'm just looking at STOB 50, I'm showing $29,040,000 in gross wage with employee benefits for another $7.4 million, which brings that to a total, based on the number of staff, the FTEs at about $100,000, about $101,000 per FTE. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding the numbers correctly. And would that be a correct calculation, just looking for the average wage within the base salaries of the ministry staff? So on the supplemental estimates, STOB 50 shows $29,040,000 for the wages for employment standards. It shows $7.4 million for employee benefits. And if I divide those two numbers by the 361, that comes out to about $101,000. Just looking for a rough average of the average wage rate within the ministry.
Minister.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Yeah, if you do those straight calculations, it's about right.
Member.
Great. Thank you very much. I certainly appreciate that. And there's no ulterior motive other than just to have, for my own purpose, just to have a general understanding what the average wage rate is within the ministry. So I appreciate that. As we look to the Ministry of Labor, there's also a number of pretty significant expenses. One that kind of stood out for me, and I just thought I'd raise the question now with the minister, has to do with the actual, I can find it here, the actual travel that's actually identified within the ministry, STOB 57. And so within the employment, under the labor programs, under employment standards, it's showing about $689 million in travel expenses. Just wonder if I could just confirm with the minister if that is actually a correct number. Sorry, $689,000.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The member mentioned 689,000. So that's the budget for the year, and I'm advised till the end of the third quarter, which ends December 31st, 2021, only $38,677 were 38,677 were utilized, actual cost.
Member.
Thank you, Minister, and I appreciate the Minister with providing a bit of an update on what the expenditure was in this, this current fiscal up to the end of the third quarter. And the reason for asking and inquiring about travel was that due to COVID, I know that many of the ministries were not traveling near as much, and so if the budget was $689,000 for this year going forward, I'm assuming that the minister is expecting or anticipating that travel will be somewhat back to normal in this current fiscal. And if the minister could also just provide a bit of an update on the travel expenditure, what the actual costs were incurred, say in fiscal 2021, 22, and then this 2019, 2020, 2020, 21, and then obviously we've already received from the minister an update on this current fiscal. Just to get a bit of a sense on, is the travel budget allowance that's being forecast consistent with what we've seen over the last 3 years? I appreciate in this current climate with COVID that there has not been near the expenditure. And then just one further part of that question would be is that with the significant underspend on the travel budget, just wondering were those funds returned to government, or were those funds utilized for other expenditures within the ministry?
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Welcome. So I thought the member, I gave you the numbers of the coming, the past fiscal, which is ending April this year. And that's where $38,677 were used. And I think you asked what happened to the unspent money, and I think there are established rules in the Treasury and other places. They decide how to allocate or reallocate unspent money in any ministry. So I don't have that information right now, but we could get that for you. What are those rules?
Member.
Thank you, and welcome to the chair, Madam Chair. Thank you, Minister, for that. So the approximate, I know that the number of the 38,000+ that the Minister indicated had been spent up until December 31st, the end of the third quarter. I appreciate there's 3 more months of expenses that will still be eating away at that $689,000 gross budget line, but I'm anticipating there likely would be about $600,000 likely that would be underspent. And so it is important. I just want to have a better understanding. Does the minister have the ability of reallocating those funds within the ministry for other things, or do the funds need to return back to general revenue? So I'm certainly happy to wait for an answer to that question from the minister. So thank you for that. I'm also just having a look here. There's a number that's set aside. It's STOB 55, which is identified as boards, and that's about $300,000. I just wonder if the minister could just provide some clarity on which specific boards that $300,000 would be for, and for how many individuals. Just looking to get a rough idea of what the remuneration might be for different board members for the different boards that would be a part of that $300,000.
Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe if it would be helpful for the minister, I don't need the response right now. So if it's more convenient for the minister to maybe have staff provide some information on that. So with the $300,000 allocation that's set and forward in this current budget, if the minister would be able to just provide the total number of individuals that would actually be paid for through that salary, and just what the average rate is, and the high and the low. So the highest, the lowest, the average, and then the number of individuals. That would certainly be helpful. And if that's agreeable to the minister, then we can just kind of move on. Will staff have a look at providing that information later this afternoon or even tomorrow morning?
Minister?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I assume that the minister's amenable to that, so member.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I appreciate that. There's a couple other numbers that I'm just noting here. There's approximately $552,000 that's identified for management supports. There's another $521,000 that's identified for professional services. And then there's a much larger number. This is STOB 63, and my understanding is that STOB 63 is for information systems and operating systems. And The number there that's expected or anticipated in this current budget is $3,246,000. Just wonder if the minister could just provide a little bit of clarity on specifically what that $3,246,000 is being expensed upon.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. So these are the IT support system. I think if you look at out of the 3.2 million, 2.6 is for the WCB services, which include WCAT, worker advisors, employers advisors, and it's their IT support system. Then 451 is employment standards. It's the case tracking system that they have. Then there is a labor policy, which is the people that are here with me. It is to support them. I think 10,000 is in my office. Again, it's an IT support system. That's basically what it is. All of the staff 63 that the member has asked for.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Minister, for that response. So, as identified in the supplemental estimates, the largest share, $2,687,000, is earmarked for WorkSafe BC funded services. Can the minister maybe just provide a little bit of detail on STAB 63, what is identified as information systems and operating systems? Is that for program development? Is that a fee that is paid for the use of the services and the staff to provide that necessary, I guess, IT support? Anyhow, just looking for a little bit of clarity on specifically what is actually received for the $2,687,000.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. So I'm advised that that is for anything from hardware, software, contract services, email, and storage services. You member may know that the WCAT has over 100 people employed in there. Then we have worker advisors, and they have a system in place to support the clients that come in there, and then the employer services. So I think it's when you put it all together, it's the IT support system that many of those areas are utilized.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the Minister, and I appreciate the clarity the Minister has provided. Just wonder if the Minister might be able to provide a bit of a overview or of that total amount. How much is associated with labor versus actually contract services, or I guess fees that may be paid in relation to the operating systems? And then with that, if the Minister might also just share with this House, because I unfortunately don't have the previous years, just how that budget item actually compares to the previous fiscal.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So the numbers on stop 63 has not changed, I'm advised, over the previous year. If you are looking for breakdown how they spend that money, I don't have that detailed information here with me. But again, understand we have ministry budget, which is about $17 million. Then we have, for very good reasons, these are the WCB connected services that the workers and the employers need. And part of that is WCAT. And that, because it must be independent, supposed to be independent, and perceived to be independent, so it is set up as the independent. So money is charged to the WCB, comes through the ministry, and it's paid to have those services as independent. And in order to support WCAT, there's money, of course, for the salaries and other rent and whatnot, but then also the IT support and also the worker advisor, the employer advisor. So all those areas are paid out of the 30 million sum that we receive from WCB as part of the services that are provided. So that money comes through us and we pay into those. And so I think it is that, and that big part of that, as you know, there's a very complex cases go through WCAT, and they need IT support for that, storage and support to deal with the day-to-day cases. So that's what the money is for. It hasn't changed, and I don't anticipate it is changing going forward coming year either.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Minister. Unfortunately, I don't know, and that's why I'm asking the question. So, but the Ministry of Labour does have responsibility for WorkSafe BC. WorkSafe BC, a Crown corporation. I'm just wondering, and I certainly don't need the number right now. What I'm trying to get a sense for is I know that we've seen significant cost overruns on IT development and that sort of thing. I'm kind of, I guess, reading from the answers from the ministry or minister that there's not any work being undertaken to develop new IT systems, that largely the 2.7+ million is largely just for the IT support and administrative services within WorkSafe BC. And so I'm happy with that answer, and also the minister indicating that there's been relatively little change over the last number of years. So I appreciate that. So moving on, there's another expense, and it's building occupancy charges. It's STOB 75, 2.7 million. The largest portion of that is coming, actually all of it is coming right back from WorkSafe BC, or WCAT. Just wanted to have a better understanding of the $2.747 million in building occupancy charges, what that actually relates to.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So this 2.7 million is to support. There are about 20 plus offices across the province. There's a WCAT office in Richmond. They occupy quite a big area. Worker advisor offices and worker employers advisory, WEO. So they have about, each one of them have about 8 or 9 offices across the province. And it is to support their lease payments and pay the bills, I guess.
Member.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. The reason I have some interest in that is that due to COVID, as we all know, many of us were working at home, working remotely, and there certainly has been lots of news media coverage on workers across the province choosing to prefer to work from home. I'm just wondering if there was an expectation of the minister, and I guess it would be then transferred over to WCAT, that as we move past COVID, that workers are expected to return to their offices, or is there an intent or a desire to provide more flexibility? And we've seen that with a number of different ministries where I think that they're providing more flexibility. And if that is the case, is there any anticipation of maybe reducing the amount of lease space that's required around the province? So just more getting a bit of an understanding on what's in the minister's mind as far as the service delivery, and if they're going to be potentially looking at reducing the number of staff that are actually in the offices on a daily basis.
Minister.
Your Honorable Chair, My answer to that would be it is operational decisions that will be made locally. But again, there's expectation from those who are looking for support when they're going through very complicated, complex WCB claims. For example, many of them are not equipped to deal with their claims. The complexity of the claims. And most of them end up, if they don't have union support, they end up going to the worker advisors. Employer needs some support to deal with certain issues with the WCB. They go to the employer's advisory office. So offices kept open. It was walk-in, operations because, interviews still need to take place. And those advisors sit down with the worker to prepare for the hearings, for example, or put together written submissions. And same thing, WCAT. Those decisions never stop. They continue on because the workers are waiting for those decisions. So I think those will be the operational decisions based on, I guess, how the provincial health office come up going forward as far as the restrictions and whether they are lifted and how they are operating to provide the services that people expect. But again, I like to say that even during the height of COVID, these offices continue to provide services. You have to keep them open. So going forward, who knows? COVID has never, gave us pre-warnings, as you know, and it changes on a dime. And so we need to be prepared. But these offices are there to support all those who need support. WCAT need that office in order to prepare for written decisions and also do the hearings. They many times had to travel. So I think that's where I think that answer is.
Member.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Minister. Yeah, certainly no trick questions, just kind of getting a sense. And it's my understanding from the Minister's response that there's an anticipation that the offices will continue to be an in-person service, that there's not a desire or at this point anyhow, to provide opportunities for workers to work remotely, that the offices would continue to be in-person service, and I'm certainly satisfied with that answer. So thank you for that. I'm just wondering, through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister, if the Minister can just discuss funding and staffing levels for the Employment Standards Branch. And also, if he might be kind enough just to point me to where in the budget there's the breakdown specifically for the Employment Standards Branch, or if that level of detailed breakdown is not provided in the budget estimate documents.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Employment standard budget is 14.01 million. And the FTE, funded FTE is 142. That was the case in the previous year, and that is the case in this current fiscal. But we did receive some additional money, temporary money, to deal with the backlog situation at the employment standard to the tune of about $1 million, and with which we were able to hire 24 temporary positions. Many of them were part of it during the year, so it averaged out to be about 8 FTEs. So if you average out FTEs for 21-22, it'll come to 152 when you include that 1 million additional funds that we received. But the core funding of 14 million remains. That funds about 142 positions, FTEs. Sorry, not position, FTEs.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yeah, I appreciate the response from the minister, and yeah, there's the gross budget for employment standards of the $14,010,000 as the minister has indicated. Is there a further breakdown of the actual operations of the employment standards branch with respect to further breakdown of what's spent on wages, lease, rent, light, professional services, all those sort of things? Just wonder if the minister might be able to provide that information. And I don't need it right at this moment, so if the minister is able to maybe locate that information and bring it back, and then I'll certainly have some further inquiries with respect to the operations of that particular ministry or that department within the ministry, maybe later this afternoon.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So when you look at 21-22 budget, 142 FTEs, 11.9 million out of that was staffing budget, and that was base salaries and benefits. 11.9. Which is almost 12, and then the remainder would be to deal with the all the other expenses that go along with it, the rent, IT, as I mentioned, part of that, and travel, and whatever else, pens and pencils in those offices.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I appreciate the response from the minister, 11.9 million for base salaries. I'm assuming that would also include benefits. And that's for approximately 142 FTEs. The minister had also indicated that there was $1 million temporary lift that was achieved last year. There was about 24 temporary positions, with the equivalent of about 8 FTEs. 8 FTEs divided into $1 million is about an average of $125,000 per FTE. Just wanted to confirm that my math would be correct from the minister's perspective. But further to my previous question, I'm just wondering if there's a further breakdown that the minister is able to provide with respect to the $14,010,000 operating budget for the employment standards, because there's just the one single line item that's actually presented in the estimates material that's provided. So looking for a full breakdown of the operational budget and costs, expenses for the employment standards branch.
Minister.
Honorable Chair, so that detail in the breakdown, I think staff is looking at, they might get it before we finish today, but if not, then we will provide that information later.
Member.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you, Minister, for that. Just going back to the supplementary estimates. Under STOB 90, that's for recoveries external, there's a really large number. Well, the total actually for the ministry is 31.3 million that actually comes back to the ministry. The largest portion of that is $30.5 million that comes back from WorkSafe BC funded services. I just wonder if the minister just might provide a bit of clarity. I think I know the answer, but I'd prefer to hear it from the minister directly. Where that $30.5 million comes from, where's the source of the revenue that provides the ability for that $30.5 million to come back to WorkSafe BC?
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The 30.5 million comes from the WCB Accident Fund.
Member.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. And so that 30.5 million from the Worker Accident Fund, it is funded through premiums that are paid by employers across the province. I see the minister nodding his head. That's fantastic. Would the minister be able to provide a bit of clarity, I guess, for the House with respect to the 30.53 million that is being borne, I guess, initially through premiums paid by employers across the province, and that portion comes back to the ministry to offset, obviously, WCAT and all the other services that are provided. If the minister could provide over the last 3 years, what has happened to that fund or that actually expenditure? Has that increased? Has it decreased? And I appreciate that the ministry staff levels may not necessarily change as quickly as employment numbers may, up and down, but I would assume that over the last number of years, due to COVID, there were certainly fewer people working in the province, and certainly no fault of the minister. But what I'm just trying to understand is that have the fees, the operating costs borne largely through premiums paid by the employers, has that remained relatively consistent over the last number of years, even though there's been fewer people employed and fewer individuals actually paying in to offset those operating costs?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's no, those numbers have not changed over the years. Pretty well the same. Also, just to make sure the member have the right information, the accident fund, of course, it comes and funded by the employer's premium, but also a big part of that also is the investment return that the WCB received. So that, but on this side, WCAT services, WAO, WEO, those services continued on. So they need to be funded. So that's why the amount have not changed drastically over a number of years, and money, whether it's more premium is collected this year than previous year, but these services continue because these services are to provide help and support for the workers who are going through the claims, and also employers who need support in order to deal with the WCB. WCAT decisions continue on, those hearings continue on.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Minister, and I appreciate that. And that is what I assumed would happen, that even though employment across the province may rise and may fall, that the services that are provided through WCAT largely remain constant. And so I certainly don't need the numbers right now, but if I could just, if the Minister would be kind enough to provide information for 2019-20, 2020-21, and 2021-22. Actually, I've got that. So just for 2019-20 and 2021, that would be very helpful. The Minister mentioned investment returns in his previous answer, and which I was going to come to later, but seeing the Minister's brought it up now, just wonder if the Minister might provide a bit of clarity for the House as far as what the rate of return has been for the investments within WorkSafe BC over the last number of years. I know the Minister was on record in the news media a number of years ago indicating that the fund the surplus was almost depleted, and I think later there was some clarification that that was not the case. So both the rate of return for those investment accounts over the last, say, 3 fiscals, and then also what the size of the existing surplus is, and how that actually relates to the general operations, and I guess the security that we need to see that WorkSafe BC has the funds to provide the necessary supports for injured workers in the future.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. These are big numbers, so I will read it from the paper. The investment income for 2021 is projected to be $2.4 billion compared to $2.1 billion in 2020. And net of fees, WorkSafe BC portfolio investment return, these are the preliminary results, was 11.1% in 2021. And then if you go to the next question that member asked is what is the size of the accident fund and the surplus? So as the member may know, that the board of directors have decided and made a decision that the targeted funding level of 130%. And what we have is right now it's around 150% funded, which represent a preliminary accumulated funding position of 7.8 billion. Now this, we got to be careful here. 7.8 billion is in addition to 100%, consisting of 4.3 billion, which is required, which is 30%. And then in addition to 130%, there is a 3.5 billion surplus. So if you look at 130%, which is their decision to have a target funding level, 3.5 billion is in addition to 130%.
Member.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Okay, big numbers. 11.1% is a fantastic rate of return. And my understanding that is for fiscal 2021. Now, is that till the calendar year or the fiscal year? Would that be till March 31st? Calendar? Okay, all right. So till December 31st, 2021, 11.1%. Great. The minister had mentioned that the board of directors make the decision with respect to the additional buffer or the extra percentage, and they've decided that 130% is the correct number. 100% is 7.8 billion. The additional 30%, which the board of directors has decided upon, is 4.3 billion, leaving $3.5 billion in surplus. So monies in addition to what the board of directors have identified is needing to be set aside in order to satisfy claims. Through you, Madam Chair, to the minister, just looking for clarity. I know there's a lot of numbers there. I just want to make sure that I have it correct.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. If it was to be 100% funded, then it would be $14.7 billion needed. Now, as I have said, there is additional $7.8 billion, but in order to get them to their target funding level of 130%, out of that $7.8 billion, 4.3 will make it 130% funded. So 14.7 plus 4.3 will put the WCB at 130% funded, the accident fund. And then, but in addition to that, there's a 3.5 billion surplus in addition to 130% funded position.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm happy that I actually asked for the clarification. So basically, 22.5 billion total in the fund, of which 19 billion is required, so which provides that $3.5 billion surplus. So through Madam Chair to the Minister, with the 3.5 billion, and I think I appreciate that the funds, that 3.5 billion has come in large part both from higher maybe than anticipated investment returns as well as employer paid premiums. Through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister, what is the anticipation of the Minister with that extra $3.5 billion? I know that the surplus has been in place from back, I think, when I was even working in the Ministry of Jobs, Tourism, Skills Training. So it's been there for a while, and I know governments have been challenged with trying to determine what to do with those additional premiums. Through Madam Chair, to the Minister, can the Minister provide a bit of direction to this House as far as what the anticipation is of government with respect to that additional $3.5 billion surplus, and if that is going to be decided by the Executive Council, if it is the intention of the Minister to have a separate maybe board or committee, provide advice to the Minister. I'm just trying to get a bit of a sense of whether the Minister is just going to continue to stand pat and just allow that surplus to sit there and continue to grow, or if there's actually any desire of the government to reallocate. And I think as we've seen recently, province of Ontario, for example, actually returned a lot of that surplus back to employers to provide a bit of relief. As we know, businesses have really struggled through COVID, and so that was one thing that the Ford government actually did, is to look at taking that additional premium and actually provide that back to employers. So again, through you, Madam Chair, the Minister is looking for some clarity. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. The member talked about the surplus accident fund, and the member also knows the market fluctuate, on a day-to-day basis. 2008, 2009, We all saw what happened to the market, and we also, again, saw, last 2-3 years ago, market dipped and then it came back again. So 3.5 billion today, the way it's invested, it is there today. But again, they need to be prepared in case of market fluctuations, so that the workers' compensation system is continue to be in a solid grounds to pay for current liability, the future claims, and to keep the system going to support the employer and the workers. But for the members' information, it is because the WCB is in such a good financial situation, partly because good return on average years. You never get 11.1% every year. It's good if you could get it, but that was the last year. Also, I think it's good to know that the employer are being subsidized right now as a result of the surplus. I'm advised that in the last 5 years, employer through the premium reduction has received a 1.4 billion in subsidy. These are subsidized rates. To put things in perspective, this year's cost of claims is about 1.76 cents per hundred, 1.76% per hundred. But I'm saying 1.76%. But the premium paid by the employer on average is $1.55 per hundred payroll. So I think that is the they're able to do it. Again, it's a decision of the board of directors, not the ministers. They manage the funds. They decide what the premiums are going to be on average basis, also the different classes and sectors of different industries. So that decision vested with them, and they make those decisions. They made decisions over the years. I look back, going back to 2006, employers have been subsidized year after year after year. And over those period of time, many of the benefits that workers enjoyed before were cut. Decisions were made. But right now, even under our government, going back 5 years, $1.4 billion has gone into the premium subsidies for the employers. Like I said, $1.55 average cost, average premium, but the average cost is $1.76.
Member.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister for that response. The Board of Directors, just so I'm clear, they're the ones who make the decision. And I appreciate that there's been a surplus for a considerable number of years. It's not just something that's left with this government. I know even the previous government there was a surplus, and I know there were discussions around how to best utilize those funds, but there was not a formal decision at that time. 100% from the minister's calculation was 14.7 billion. So the estimated cost of dealing with current claims, ongoing claims, future claims, 14.7 billion. I appreciate that there's efforts by the Board of Directors to provide a bit of caution, and they have made a decision to have a 30% contingency. Basically, the fund is funded 30% higher than is actually anticipated to actually cost. So the surplus is over and above that, and that's a considerable number. But through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister, would the Board of Directors be able to make a binding decision with respect to how to utilize the $3.5 billion surplus? Or would they only be able to make recommendations to the Minister and then to Executive Council for consideration? I'm just trying to get an idea and understanding of how much power the board has. Does the board really have the power to determine what the $3.5 billion is going to be used for? Or does the Minister and eventually Executive Council ultimately have the final decision? I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just looking for some clarity on who ultimately makes the final decision.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The WCB Act, through the WCB Act, that power is vested in the Board of Directors. They make that decision, and it doesn't come to me for approval.
Member,
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's interesting. So just again, a point of clarity through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister. So if the Board of Directors were to make a decision that over the next 3 years, we want to turn that additional surplus, additional $3.5 billion back to employers through additional subsidies, I believe is the term that the Minister indicated, that is fully within the purview of the Board. Just looking for a yes or no answer on that.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. They can make that decision. They have been making those decisions, as I said to the minister, to the member. Whether I like it or other people don't like it, but that is what the Act provide them with the powers. And so, like I said, there are other side. There are two main stakeholders. There are workers, there are employers. And going back to 1917, as they call it, the historic compromise, and that's where that started. That the workers gave up their right to sue employer in case they were hurt at workplaces, and the employer agreed to fund no-fault system, and the Board of Directors are the one who are provided with the power through the Act to make those decisions. And I have said before, going back to 2006, I believe, Board of Directors have been making those decisions under the previous government term, and even during our term, they continue to provide that subsidized rates because they can do that because of the good financial position the board is in as a result of good returns and the premiums paid. And they've been doing it in the last 5 years, as I'm advised, $1.4 billion. When you add all that up, the premium paid versus the cost of those the claims, there's about 1.4 billion, and that's the only reason they are able to do that is because they are in good financial position and because of the surplus in the accident fund.
Member.
Great. Thank you very much for that. Through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister, is there a financial statement that is published annually for WorkSafe BC? And is that something that's available or that could maybe be provided?
Minister.
Honorable Chair, yes, they publish their annual report along with the service plan, and which actually is submitted to the House here. I think you can go online and check that, which 2020 report is available, but 2021 has not arrived at my office yet. I think they usually do it by April because they are on a calendar year as fiscal.
Member.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the Minister for that. I'll certainly have a look for that. And so WorkSafe BC is till the calendar year, so December 31st, 2021 would be the report, most recent report that had been tabled in the House. 2020.
Recognizing the minister in answer.
To clarify, the 2020 report was submitted to the House. 2021 report has not been issued yet. And we're waiting, and once that comes to my office, then it'll be submitted to the House.
Member.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for that clarification. Through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister. The Minister had shared that the average premium cost is $1.76 per hundred in the province of BC right now. Minister also had shared that the average premium being paid by employers across the province is $1.55. I just wonder if the Minister would be able to provide for the House what those two numbers, so the actual cost and then the average rate of premium paid by employers, is over the last, say, 3 fiscals, just to give a bit of a sense on what's happening. Or is the actual claims cost, which currently, as the Minister indicated, is $1.76, is that going up? Is it going down? And then further to that, if the Minister is able to provide any matrix, I guess I'm assuming that within WorkSafe BC, they're probably taking a very close look on a regular basis of all of the different claims codes or claim costs associated with all of the different job classifications. And just wondering if that's something that the Minister is aware of, if that's something that's flagged for his ministry. Because quite often if we see, a spike in injuries and certain industry classifications, I'm assuming that it would be something the Minister would want to be aware of. And so I know it's a bit of a long question, but what I'm trying to look for is that what information comes to the Minister's office which might flag the Minister for need for change for legislation, maybe becoming more stringent with the regulations in certain areas in order to offset any potential spikes or increases of injury claims that may be within different industry classifications.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It fluctuates. It's not it doesn't fluctuate too drastically. I could go back to 2017. Cost of claim was $1.75, but the premium was $1.65. And 18 cost was $1.67. It came down a bit, and the premium went also down to $1.55, and it has been $1.55 since 18 till today. But on the cost side, 18 was $1.67, 19 was $1.68, 20 was $1.67, 21 was $1.84, and this year it came down to $1.76. I'm explaining there are some anomalies here in 2021, but again, if you look at it's fairly stable rates, and but their average, I think going back to 2018 at least, the average premium has not changed they're made $1.55. Again, like I said, it's a main reason is because, they have been in very good financial position, and there is that extra surplus that they're enjoying.
Member.
Thank you, Minister, through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister. Thank you for that response. That's very helpful. I'm wondering if the Minister is also able to share what the average wage rate has been over those last 4 or 5 years. And the reason I'm asking the question, I'm assuming, maybe I'll stand to be corrected, that as the hourly rates increase, we've certainly seen significant increases in minimum wage and in other sectors. As the minimum wage or the average wage rate increases, the number of hours performed by employees per $100 of payroll will go down. And so I think that the assumption would be is that as wage rates goes up, the number of hours performed for $100 of average wage would be less. And so there's less hours worked per $100 of income being generated. And so I'm just wondering if there's a correlation as wage rates goes up, would there be an anticipation that the cost per $100 of wage paid out would also start to come down? Or is that maybe not the correct assumption? Through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So I was trying to understand the question, but let me answer the best way that I can as I understood the question. The wages could go up, but the cost of claims are not tied to that because what the employer pay as premium is per 100 payroll. And with the $100, whether they work 4 hours or 5 hours, based on $100. And also there's a cap. The maximum cap is $100,000. So you could be making $120,000, $150,000 in your company, maybe some employees, but you will be capped at $100,000. So they determine the rate on payroll per 100. And the claim cost is determined based on the claims in that particular year. And then because the board has the discretion and the power under the Act to determine what the premiums the employer must pay. Because, like I said before, we have had conversation about this, that that because they're enjoying a good surplus over a number of years, they were able to provide lower than the cost of the claims to the employers.
Member.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and through to the Minister. The way I presented the question was probably not the most succinct, but the reason I was asking the question is that I can only assume if you had a worker that gets paid $20 an hour, there's 5 hours of exposure to make $100. You get another guy that gets $50 an hour. He's only working 2 hours. As the wage rate goes up, the exposure, the number of hours that the worker is exposed for 100 hours of employment goes down. And so I would assume that as wage rates goes up, all else being equal, as wage rates start to go up, you would have less hours, less risk of exposure to the employees as wage rates goes up. Anyhow, certainly not a huge piece, but if we do see with increased inflation, it's anticipated to be about 4.6% this year as an example, wage rates will start to go up significantly. And I'm just wondering, through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister, is that something that WorkSafe BC looks at, the actual exposure, the number of hours exposure per average worker based on 100 hours or $100 of employment income? Because the number of hours worked to create $100 of wages must be going down as we see wage rates starting to increase. And I'm just wondering if the board takes that type of information into consideration when they're anticipating what future claims costs may be and the exposure that may be based on additional income coming into the Crown Corporation.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think the member knows he have a manufacturing operation. If you need 50 employees, you have their rates. If you need to make 1,000 widgets in a day, that's your business, you will make 1,000 widgets in a day. The rate could go up, your payroll goes up. To the board, they determine its insurance scheme, they determine based on your payroll. And just because the wages goes, employer don't say, well, instead of 1,000 widgets, now I'm going to make only 500 widgets. And so I will cut half the workers. Some may have to do that, I don't know that. But I think in real terms, if you look at it, the wages go up, the board may collect higher premiums because overall wages for the employer is gone up now. But again, it is per 100 based on the industry experience and what the board expenses are and what the cost of claims are. That's how determine what the premium should be and what the cost of claims are.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister. I do have some further inquiry with respect to both industry sectors, if there's any concerns that may have been identified from WorkSafe BC, if we see any significant increases in injury claims for different injury or industry sectors, as well as for different injury classifications. COVID presumption, for example, is one, and I know we canvassed this question last year. Unfortunately, the Minister did not have the information available at that time, but seeing now that the December 31st financial for WorkSafe BC up to the end of 2020 is now available, I'm hoping that the Minister might be able to provide that. But I actually, and the reason I wanted to just table those questions, hopefully maybe staff would be able to have a look at providing that information. But my colleague, the member for Saanich North and the Islands, Green Party, is going to actually take over, and they've got some inquiries for about 30 or so minutes. And so with that, I'd like to just take my seat, and thank you very much for all of your answers to this point, Minister.
Recognizing the member from Saanich North and the Islands.
Thank you, and thank you to the member for Shuswap for this opportunity, and I look forward to our brief exchange here, Minister. In question period, the Minister of Indigenous Reconciliation and Relations stated that the action from the draft action plan that's been tabled will be funded out of each ministry's core budget. It is actually a positive step that reconciliation is going to be a core function of every ministry, something that I think should be celebrated in this government for sure. What steps is the minister taking to ensure that reconciliation remains a core priority within the ministry?
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The member, thank you for the question. Very important. The Premier's mandate letters directed me and all my cabinet colleagues to remain focused on creating opportunities for Indigenous people to be full partners in our economy and providing a clear and sustainable path for everyone to work towards lasting reconciliation. The Ministry of Labour is participating with the ministries in the development of government's action plan to achieve the objectives of the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People Act. The action plan will reflect priorities identified in the collaboration with Indigenous people and supplement ongoing reconciliation work. The ministry is also committed to strengthening its consultation and collaboration with Indigenous people to identify barriers and enhance access to ministry services and programs for workers and employers, including employment standards, workers' compensation, occupational health and safety, and forestry worker support program. The ministry also committed to working with Indigenous people to ensure that provincial labor laws are consistent with the United Nations Declaration on Rights of Indigenous People. The examples how the Ministry of Labor engaged Indigenous groups and individuals on the potential labor law amendment include laws impacting paid COVID-19 vaccination leave, domestic and sexual violence leave, paid sick leave, improved child employment regulations, and workers' compensation system. So there are a number of those areas that we were engaged, and this is how we are following through the direction that came from the Premier to all of us as ministers.
Member.
Excellent. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Minister, for your thoughtful response. I appreciate it. Action 4.33, I think, in my view of the draft action plan, recognizing that it's going to, I think, become the action plan at some point, talks about the improving economic supports for Indigenous workers and employers by increasing access for Indigenous clients to the Ministry of Labor's services and programs. And I know that this is a draft, and I know that we are at the front end of this work. It's the reason why I'm asking the question now. Just maybe the minister's a few thoughts on how the minister sees this work playing out over the next 5 years, that this action plan will be applicable.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So I think what we found with many groups, but more so with Indigenous, is that the services that are available to them, there seems to be certain barriers. And the goal is to make sure that we engage with the First Nations to discuss access barriers. And so the ministry programs are available, accessible, and they know what they are. And to understand and learn from them, why are they not accessing those services? That is the first step. And then how do we remove those barriers? So that's it could be language, it could be location, it could be number of different things, but that's number one. And then also part of that is the again enhancing the accessibility of ministry programs to our Indigenous clients through engagement on the Indigenous language services and delivery. Those are the things. But then I think I could go further. Also building ministry capacity and raising Indigenous cultural awareness is the key. through mandatory training requirements for ministry staff and requirement to perform policy analysis and operation delivery, through a lens that embody the principle and commitment guiding the province's relationship with Indigenous people. So I've seen a number of areas, number of different groups that feel that they are not part of the system because they don't know what's available, number one. Number two, how to access them because there are so many barriers. So I think these are some of the key areas that we need to look at, engage with them in real terms. What are the barriers? Why are you not going to employment standard when your rights are violated? Why are you not filing with the Human Rights Commission, for example, if you believe you're being discriminated against? So learning from them, I think, is the key. And so I think, and you know, that's on that side. But I think also the key to all of this is the ministry staff understanding that there may be barriers, reaching out, and also learning about the cultural values that are there. They could become barrier because you don't understand that culture. Why, you know, how to treat them, how to talk to them. What do they mean as far as the body language is concerned? There's just so much that goes behind, as you know. And so I think those are some of the areas that we are emphasizing to make sure that our staff understand the cultural barriers, they learn, they're educated, the mandatory training, and at the same time, the Indigenous people, we reach out to them, understand why are they not accessing or you know, the services that are available to them.
Member.
Heisquist, yeah, thank you. It's a very thoughtful answer. I really appreciate it. I'm going to transition now to talk about a few of the emails that we've received from constituents who own, particularly, I'm going to focus, I don't have a lot of time, so I'm going to focus on small business here. And as the minister knows, both I and my colleague supported and support the positive steps in legislation that have been made to provide paid sick leave, and as well minimum wage increases, supportive of those. So I don't want the questions that I'm asking to be out of context. That is the context that they're in. However, we have had a number of businesses reach out about the impacts that those decisions have, and I guess the context of the questions that I'm hoping is for the minister to be able to provide a little bit of feedback to businesses about how we're going to balance the impacts, particularly on the small business community. And John from the Brentwood Emporium raised a couple of issues for me, and I want to just kind of honor the outreach that he has provided me in just asking a couple of questions here. One of the questions was around the impact of the paid 5 days sick leave on students in particular. And John raises the point that under the current legislation, the cost of providing paid sick leave to a student who may work only one shift per week can be as high as 10% of their wages. Compare that to 2.3% of the wages of what a full-time worker would be. And some small businesses in our communities will hire predominantly students, will be the large part of their workforce. How is the minister, how is the ministry kind of balancing the disproportionate impact that this policy, again, a policy that is necessary when it comes to a situation where we have a virus, balancing the impact that it's going to have on small business?
Minister.
Honorable Chair. And I think, member, thank you very much. It's a very good question, and I'm getting quite a few inquiries from small businesses, and I'm responding as they come my way. And we are, always aware that the businesses have gone through a tough time in the last 2 years. We all know that, and we all did. And I think that's why the government tried to provide as much support as they could under the circumstances. But coming back to how we arrived there, and I think we had some discussions in the House when this bill was being debated. The ministry did quite a bit research. Number one question was, is there going to be abuse? And the research came back that hardly any abuse. This came from the employer who already have paid sick leave provisions in their operations in jurisdictions that have it. The second thing was, not everyone took every day that was available to them. About half. They took about half of what was available to them. On average, because some of them were entitled to, or they were 10 days were available, 12 days were available, but the average is about 4.8 days. So it just shows that they only take days that when they need it. Not because they have 10 days available to, they will take all 10 days. There may be a case here, case there, but on average. And then take a look at when you look at the modest cost, again, in one jurisdiction that had it, and after about a year and thereafter, when they went back to those employers, 47% of the employers said they saw no increase in cost. Sure, on the surface, it looked like 5 days is 5 days pay. And they adjusted how they did business, and they felt there was no cost. And about 19% said there was less than 2% cost overall. But on the benefit side, they also said that they realize better production, and the presenteeism cost was much higher, because now the worker coming to work sick because no sick days were available to them, and then they also spread that virus to other workers. That add to the problem from one person to multiple employees. And here in BC, I think I brought it to everyone's attention, in April, May last year, over 180 businesses had to be shut down because worker went to work sick, and they spread it to the workplaces. But coming back to this particular case about John and his business, and I really appreciate that he reached out to you. There are a couple of things. You talked about students, and they may work 1 day a week. So they are entitled to days pay when they are scheduled to work. So if they're scheduled to work on the Monday, and if they fell sick on Monday, then they will be entitled to that day. But if they were not scheduled to work rest of the week, they were not scheduled to work next week, right? And also the wages are the average over 30 days. So it's not that they will get full wages, but they will calculate the average, and average wage will be the one that will be paid. But again, I want to leave it here with John, that these decisions and how it's managed, it's managed by the Employment Standard Branch. So if they have any questions, they should reach out to the Employment Standard Branch. They will guide them properly exactly how the wages are calculated and whether they're entitled to, how many days or not.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that answer. Another question that came was around employees being entitled to 5 sick days as of January 1st, 2022, when the law came in, and the entitlement that will renew on their work anniversary date. So an employee who is hired on April 17th, 2020, will be entitled to 5 paid sick days from January 1st to April 17th. And then a further 5 days from April 18th, 2022 to April 17th, 2023. So in one calendar year, I think the point that is being made here, in one calendar year, an employee could be entitled to up to 10 days in this scenario. And then the additional point was made that what happens when an employee has multiple part-time jobs? Are they entitled to that 5 paid sick days from each? So, I mean, I think, and I recognize we've had a long debate on this. These are questions that have come to me, and I thought that I could take this opportunity to just put them on the record. And so I appreciate this another opportunity to canvass for you with these. Thanks.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Member, I think this issue was debated during the debate of the bill, multiple employers. But again, I go back to the answer that I gave earlier, that if you're scheduled to work with either one of those employers and then you become sick, then you're entitled to that day's pay with that employer. Right? So, people can take it to extreme to say I work for 5 different employers, one day here, one day there, that I'm entitled to somehow 25 days. No, that's not correct. So if you're scheduled to work for one day with that employer, that's the one day paid that you will get if you become sick that day. Again, like I said, the workers only take time off when they actually need it. That has been proven, in jurisdictions that have paid sick days available to them. The second question is the employment year. Yes, it has been brought to my attention. I think potentially it can be, even if you go with a calendar year. I'm actually looking at how do we fix this problem, because it's a more of administrative. Not only the calendar year and possibly 10 days in one calendar year, but also I think some employers have brought to our attention that if they have 20 employees, that they have 20 different years to calculate and monitor, who has taken how many days in that period, and then so it will be easier for them to manage if you go by calendar year. I'm looking at it. Tell the employer that I'm whoever brought to your attention that it has been brought to my attention. We're looking at it, and they will hear some news going forward. But again, if you go with the calendar, I looked at this also. Remember, somebody could become sick on Christmas Day, and scheduled for next 5 days, and if they're sick enough to stay home for 5 days, and come back to work, and then again fell sick in January 10th. So within 2 or 3 weeks, you could have 10 days. But the intent here is 5 days in a calendar year, but what the act says employment year. Right? So everyone in their employment year are entitled to 5 days, no more.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Minister. I do want to assure everybody in British Columbia that nobody gets sick on January 10th, because that's my birthday. So it happens on like the 9th or the 11th. But it's, yeah, that's exactly right. Thank you, and thank you for providing those responses. I think, and speaking more generally, kind of taking it out of any specific questions from the businesses, we certainly don't want to lose the employers in our communities that hire students. And some of the best experiences that I had were those first employment experiences where the employer invests a huge amount of time and money and energy into giving our family and friends, the youth in our families, those really incredible skills. So as we are trying to balance, the ability for people to be able to make a wage that then can provide for them, and talking about minimum wage, we certainly don't want to lose those employers that have that incredibly important role in our community. And when we get to kind of minimum wage employees, many of those are students. One of the things that I've heard from businesses in my community is that the cost of training, the cost of that investment, as minimum wage goes up, it makes it less. There are also challenges with hiring younger employees that don't have any work experience. And so how is the ministry balancing the increase of minimum wage, which is necessary in order for us to be able to survive and pay for the things that we need, without losing those really important first-time employment experiences, as employers may choose to hire somebody who's more mature at a higher wage in order to not then have to deal with some of the challenges that come with it, a first-time employee, as an example.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think the member knows that, first of all, there was always a debate philosophically and ideologically, and also, I think, economically. There are, across economic, I think, community, it is agreed that there's a hardly a relationship between minimum wage and job loss or job gain. I think we looked at all of those. I think, in fact, if I recall, 50 very renowned economists across the country, I think 7 of them were from our 3 leading universities, penned a letter saying that minimum wage has no connection to job loss, as some would argue. And they actually went on to say that anyone who says that there are job losses due to minimum wage increase or businesses will shut down is fear-mongering. I mean, so, and since that time, I'm reading report after report, suggesting that is the case. And again, I think when we took government, formed government in 2017, our minimum wage is one of the lowest in the country. Right? And now it's the highest of all provinces. And the economy is booming. Economy has been booming all those 5 years. And we have the lowest unemployment rate. So coming back to your second part of the question, where businesses may not hire students instead of hire more mature workers with experience, I think with the labor shortage, that isn't the case right now. And our average wage has gone up from $25 to $31 in those 5 years. And so I think that's one area that I would suggest. And the other thing that we need to remember, especially for the small businesses, every penny in increase of the minimum wage that the workers received, they spend it in their own communities and businesses in their own communities. Unlike, I guess, some of us, if you make 100,000 plus and you're given an additional $2,000, you know, many people make choices to go spend it in other places than your own community. So I think that helped the local small businesses. So that's why these economists are suggesting that you know, when you consider all of that, minimum wage does not harm the economy, or increase in minimum wage. And when you come back to, I think the other part of your question was, these are young students, they have no experience, you know, and employers are looking at, do I pay this person the full minimum wage or someone else? The previous government, I think, tried a training wage, if you may recall. And training wage was less than minimum wage, but they found out that wasn't working. And when Christy Clark became the premium, she cut that out. So I think you know, all those different scenarios were tried by different governments, but I think because the economy is booming, because there's the lowest unemployment rate right now in a long period of time, and you know, consider that we still don't have a full economy on all four cylinders because tourism, the hotel, the transportation, all of those international travel is still restricted. They're not at a full speed going right now. Imagine if they come on board when the restrictions are lifted and we are putting Omicron and COVID behind us. There will be higher demand of workers. So I think most businesses are paying more than minimum wage, but there are still students, the women, the racialized workforce is at that level, most of them. So I think in all, as was recommended to me by the panel, Fair Wages Commission, they came back to me and recommended that what they heard from the employer, and part of that was Business Council of British Columbia, a chief economist. They unanimously agreed that what the businesses, that they heard from, was that they needed predictable, gradual increase year after year, so that the businesses know that they have a certainty about their cost increases, and then they can have their budget, managed that way ahead of time, knowing what their cost is going to be going forward. And part of their recommendation also was to attach, after we reach $15, attach the minimum wage to the cost of living, rate of inflation. Then also the employer will know, the rate increase will take place on a certain day and whatever the rate of inflation will be. So I think, we took the right steps, and that's why there wasn't so much opposition to it, and it has worked.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to the Minister for his answer. Very thorough. One final question. We have come through a period of the last couple of years where we've seen incredible disruption across society. Many businesses have seen an incredible disruption. I'm just wondering what work the Ministry of Labour is doing now to kind of future-proof, to take a look at the experience that we've had and the programs and services that we've had to put in place in order to support workers. We've had several decades, arguably, of great stability in this province and in this country, and that's been disrupted. So, and this is a big question, and perhaps could be a very long answer, but just trying to get an idea of what steps are we taking now to be better prepared for disruption that comes. And we hear climate change is going to be disrupting us on an annual basis. We saw the impact at the end of 2021. So just maybe a couple of thoughts from the Minister on what we're doing to ensure that we can level out the impacts of disruption like what we've seen with COVID-19.
Minister.
Hey, thank you, Honorable Chair, and welcome. Look, I think member knows that we learned very, very important lessons during the pandemic. And as we move forward during the pandemic and looking forward, we made a number of changes. Member, part of that would be workers are going to work sick because they could not afford to stay home. So that area is fixed with 5 paid days. We also made changes to the WGCB. Presumption clauses were brought in because workers were getting sick at work. We want to make sure that they are treated in a timely fashion rather than waiting for the claim to be accepted and then they continue to stay sick. So I mean those changes are already done. And then the other part is part of my mandate letter, and my parliamentary secretary is here. Our mandate letter clearly direct us to talk about the precarious work in the gig economy. Many workers end up going from workplace to home. How do we protect them at home from injuries? When does their work end? And so there are a number of areas to be considered. The Parliament Secretary is engaged with the stakeholders already. We're looking at where are those workers working, where's this new economy is, and the modern workplaces, and what protection they have, and where are the gaps. Identify those gaps so that we can deal with those gaps to make sure that those workers have proper health and safety protections, that they are paid fairly, and that their rights are no different than all other workers in workplaces. So they enjoy the same rights. So I think that's the kind of approach we are taking. Learn a lot during the pandemic. Some of the areas, we were able to fix. But again, this new economy and precarious work, we're working as we speak. And I think you will hear more about that. How do we deal with that modern economy?
Recognizing the member for Shuswap.
Thank you very much, and welcome to the chair, Madam Chair. Just before we turn things over to my colleague from Saanich North and the Islands, I had inquired with the minister with respect to WorkSafe BC. A bit of, I guess, a couple questions just with respect to the reporting of any concerns that have been identified within WorkSafe BC, both with different industry sectors that might be seeing a significant increase in claims, and then also with respect to different injury classifications. And so through Madam Chair to the minister, just wonder if the minister has now had an opportunity to put together a bit of information and just provide a bit of context to this House with respect to any patterns or trends or concerns that have been flagged with from WorkSafe BC to the minister.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Actually, the injury rate by the industry is on WCB website, and it can be accessible by anybody. So I suggest the member to go there and get that information. And also, when you look at the major industry in British Columbia, different sectors, forestry, construction, healthcare, there isn't much drastic changes in those areas, I'm advised. And but the WCB monitor them on a regular basis, and then determine and develop strategies how to deal with that particular industry. I think the member wasn't around. Going back to early 2000, some changes were made, and forest industry saw a record number of deaths in logging. And there was, the WCB was monitoring, and other activists were monitoring the workers and the employer. I remember attending a high-level meeting in Vancouver. The members of the government were present there, and they all agreed that something needed to be done. So I think changes were made to the policies and practices, and they saw the trend moving the right direction. So I think this is something that goes on an ongoing basis, and WCB, that is one of their area of responsibility to watch and monitor, and also to make policies, health and safety, to minimize or eliminate the risks of accidents.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, thank you, Minister, and I guess I can certainly go to look to the website. The reason I'm asking this specific question is that my inquiry is that have WorkSafe BC identified any concerns, any patterns, any industry groups that have had a significant spike or increase in claims? The Minister has referenced a concern that was brought, obviously, to previous government's attention around forestry. So I'm trying to get a better understanding of how much reporting is coming back to the Minister. So has WorkSafe BC identified any particular concerns with respect to either increases in injury rates within specific industry classifications, or if there's been a significant increase in number of claims for different actual injury classifications? So getting a bit of a sense on how much interaction there is between WorkSafe BC and the Minister. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. As I said earlier, there are high-risk industries, and I mentioned some of those: construction, forestry, healthcare, and WCB continually monitor and develop strategies to deal with the risk management there. And but other than that, there isn't any spike, as you called it, in any of those that would be of concern, right? Like, it's always concern, even one accident. Member, as you know, I just don't want to downplay the risks and injuries and deaths in the workplaces. So, but because of the higher rate of injuries, accidents in certain sectors, WCB monitor them, and they develop strategies to work with the industry, the workers, and come up with strategies to deal with those risks, to minimize those risks. But one of the area that the member would be aware that we just saw asbestos exposure that went on for decades and killed more workers. It's the biggest killer at workplaces, as the reason for workplace deaths today. And 30-40% deaths that WCB deal every year are due to the exposure from asbestos that the workers were exposed to 10, 15, 20 years ago. And so we, with the consultation and advocacy of different groups, we developed strategy and brought the legislation. And hopefully going forward, the exposure will be minimized or limited or completely. Workers, would be made aware that how they handle asbestos going forward through the mandatory training and also the asbestos abatement contractors that they are licensed now. So I think when you put those two together, workers knowing what the risks are, what they're handling, and how dangerous that substance is, and through going through the training. So I think that's one area that we can deal with, at least going that route. But there are, as I'm advised, and I have related to you, through you, Madam Chair, is that they monitor those high-risk industries and develop strategies on an ongoing basis so that they can minimize the risk factors in those industries.
Member.
Great. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister for that response. I certainly appreciate that WorkSafe BC are largely monitoring and having a look. My question was more as what reporting function is back to the Minister? And so it seems, or I infer from the Minister's response, that there's, at this point in time, nothing that has been highlighted to the level of the Minister that is of any great concern with respect to elevated rates of claims, either within different industry classifications or any elevated number of claims associated with different injury classifications. So through you, Madam Chair, just the Minister, just want to provide Minister one more opportunity just to make sure that there's good reporting function between WorkSafe BC and the Minister's office, and the Minister is fully aware of any trends or patterns or concerns that might otherwise need to be brought to his attention.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I meet with remember, understand, workers' compensation system is a totally independent, and they manage workers' health and safety, prevention side, the claim side, and I do meet with the higher level of WCB executive, CEO, and the board chair quite often, pretty regular basis, and they have not brought me to my attention any spike in those areas or any other area. But again, it's acknowledged that those areas that I mentioned is always at the higher side of the injury rates and the accident rates. So those are ongoing discussions, and so there isn't anything that they brought to my attention that there's a somehow spike in any of those areas. They manage those areas, as I said, and so it's the area that vested in with them. Doing a pretty good job, in my view.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Minister, for the answer. And it's insightful. The Minister has referenced an asbestos bill that recently came forward, and that largely came forward. There was a need for change in legislation because of an increased number of claims, as the Minister has indicated. And so, my inquiry is just to, I guess, try and foreshadow, is there any concerns that are brought to the Minister's attention where we may see any need or necessary changes in the legislation in the coming year? And through Madam Chair to the Minister, I think my understanding from the Minister's response is that at this point in time, at the very least, there's nothing that's been brought to his attention that would cause any great concerns or any need to change any legislation. And so that was just, my inquiry was just to better understand the relationship between the Crown and the reporting back to the Minister's office, just to see if there's any potential legislation changes that may be forthcoming in the next year or so based on current injury rates. One other question that I had, and through Madam Chair to the Minister, I'm hoping you might be able to provide a bit of insight, is there any reporting or any information within WorkSafe BC that shows or provides any, I guess, clarity around any increased injuries associated with overtime work? Are there more injuries on per hour worked for those that are working overtime than in regular shifts? And just wondering if that's something, or if that type of data or information is actually monitored by WorkSafe BC, and if it is, if the Minister would be able to share that with this House.
Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Look, okay, now we know where the member wants to go with with that line of questioning. The legislation isn't the result of, that there are higher injuries in one area of the economy, one sector of the industry. It involves a number of different factors. Workers' experience with the WCB, employers' experience with WCB, and is the system meeting the needs of today's workplaces? When was the last time changes made to the system? Do they address today's needs of the two stakeholders. And number of those pieces are taken into account. We do that through different ways of understanding where the stakeholders are. The board hired Petrie, for example, Paul Petrie, to review the policies and procedures of the board. And he came back with the recommendations. I think there were 41 recommendations. My understanding is about 38, 39 are being implemented, others are being worked on. And then Lisa Help was hired, a lawyer, to look at, after the two explosions in British Columbia, the two sawmills, how the evidences are collected, so that when the charges are recommended, can they stand in the court of law? So she came back with the recommendations, and we made those changes, for example, through Bill 23. And so I think those are a number of things that you consider when you are looking at legislative changes. And I said that early last year, that more changes to the workers' compensation system are possibly coming because we need to stay with the changing times and economies being changed, and there are different advocates on both sides are talking about one thing or the other. So you look at all those things, and then we'll make that decision what legislative changes are needed, and when that decision is made, and I'm sure the member will know at that time when the legislative changes are recommended to the House. Now, the other thing, that's one part. The other thing was a member mentioned about the overtime, whether it causes more injuries. I mean, anecdotally, I think many people will say more tired you are, chances are that you are going to get hurt. You watch hockey and then the professional support. That's what the coaches and those experts will tell you. If you are tired, don't stay on the playground. Come out, and we will replace you. So I think that's why there are in the employment standard there are some languages in there. The excessive overtime is not allowed, right? So I think that's all information we have. I don't think they've commissioned any report. To determine if there's overtime, how many accidents are caused because of overtime, the worker's overly tired. When someone is injured at a workplace, whether it happened in the first 8 hours or during the overtime hours after the 8 hours, for example, the claim is filed and not determined whether because it was overtime or because it was during the time. So I think that's how the WCB look at those things, and there's no such report or scientific report to go by to say whether there's more or less accidents as a result of overtime.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to the Minister, thank you for that response. So just as a bit of a follow-up to that, can the Minister just confirm that if there is an accident on a job site, is there no reporting function to determine whether the injury occurred during regular time hours or overtime hours?
Minister?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. It's been a while since I filled those forms, Form 7, 7As. I think there's a Form 6 as well, if I'm not mistaken. There's no column in there to suggest whether it was overtime hours or regular hours. It asks for time and the date, the witnesses and everything else. But during the adjudication process, when the case manager or those who are handling the claim from the WCB side, they may determine that fatigue was the reason behind. And there may be other reasons, but fatigue could be. But they don't monitor whether it's overtime, you are injured, you're prone to injury more so than regular hours. Injury is injury. I mean, when it comes to for claims. But again, like I said, anecdotally, many people will say, well, you're more tired, you probably are going to get injured more so. But I can tell you, during our research on paid sick days, it was determined that when the workers are going to work sick, if they're sick, they're more prone to injuries. And so that isn't the case here. We're talking about the overtime cases. And so it's not any information that we have here, but again, it's injury, and then that's what the WCB look at. How do you make the worker whole and provide them the support and the care that they need so they can get back to work, hopefully to their pre-injury job.
Member?
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Minister, for the answer. So I'm a bit surprised that that's not reported on, but fair enough. But as the Minister has indicated, that they do evaluate where fatigue may have led to an actual claim. I was provided with a bit of information, and I certainly stand to be corrected, but it's my understanding that between 2019 and 2021, mental health disorder claims with WorkSafe BC grew by 16.7%. I just wonder if the Minister is able to confirm that claims amongst healthcare and social service sector grew by 38.8%, more than twice that rate. So again, just between 2019 and 2021, mental disorder claims within WorkSafe BC grew by 16.7%, and it's my understanding that the healthcare and social services sector, that the mental disorder claims increased by 38.8%, which is more than twice the average rate of increase.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The numbers that I have is the numbers actually went down from 2019 to 2020, and then they went up 18% between 2020 and 2021 for the mental health. But again, as I said that before, that the board, the WCB, look at these trends and then they develop strategies to deal with it, and they are doing that. And part of that, as you can see, if you look at 2020, 2021, it was the COVID time. And so, that may be one reason and explanation why 18% increase between 2020 and 2021. But 2019 to 2020, it was a bit slightly lower. So that's the way but again, like I said, the board is constantly watching, monitoring which area of the sector is moving in wrong direction, for lack of better words, and then how do you strategize to deal with the risk management that area to lower the risks and minimize those risks.
Minister and members, I understand it. It's been a bit since there's been a recess. Would Minister member like a 5-minute recess for personal comfort break? Okay. 10, okay. We will return back here then, members, at 5:40 p.m. We'll take a 10-minute recess. Call the committee back to order, and we are going to, back to the member for Shuswap.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just before the break, the minister had a chart in his hand that I believe showed a number of different industry rates with respect to mental disorder. I'm just wondering, through you, Madam Chair, to the minister, is that a document that the minister is able to share? It was kind of like showed some bar graphs, and the minister also had referenced actually overtime in reviewing that document. So I'm just wondering if that was something that the minister might be willing to share, if it actually provides a bit of detailed analysis on the actual increase in injury rates for mental disorders with respect to both healthcare workers and the social services sector.
Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think if member can tell us exactly what you need, because there's a booklet full of documents and information. But if you have specific requests for certain information, I read that to you, to the member, about 2019, 2020, 2021. Those are the numbers. It went down a bit from 2019 to 2020, as I mentioned. Then it went up in 2021. So you read some, member read some numbers. I'm not sure whether they corroborate with those numbers, but certainly from 2020 to 2021, the mental health case, those claims went up, and I mentioned that by 18%. But previous year, I don't have the percentage, but they went down by a few claims.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yeah, I think that the minister was looking at a document in providing his last response. And so if the document's available in a report, if the minister is able to just even direct me to it, I think it'd be helpful. Obviously, you're looking at specific information and providing that answer. And so if that's something you'd point me to, I'd certainly appreciate it. But just carrying on to that same line of inquiry, it's also my understanding that the number of claims for mental disorder by workers for nurses actually grew by 58%. So the previous questions, during the previous question, I'd indicated that it was my understanding that mental disorder claims for the healthcare and social services sector grew by 38.8%. Which is more than twice of the baseline rate of 16.7, and it's my understanding that the same injury classification for nurses grew by 58%. And so through Madam Chair to the Minister, if the Minister can either just confirm or just clarify if that information that I have is accurate.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I don't have percentage, we can work it out, but I can give you the numbers. I'm sure the member, I'm guessing, got those numbers from the WCB website. I think they are all there. And I can read to you, nurses, when you're talking about mental disorder claims, reported works at BC by occupation. This is occupation with more than 100 mental disorder claims reported in 2021. Nurses, in 2019, there were 496 claims. 2020, 576. There was an increase, slight increase, but not as drastic. But then 2021, this is a COVID year, the full between 2020 and 2021, 784. So from 576 to 784, I'm sure you can come up with the percentages. Those are the numbers for nurses.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I certainly appreciate that information from the Minister. And so I think we can all appreciate that during COVID, we've had a huge shortage of nurses available in the province. I think that it's easy to maybe infer that the additional workload, the additional fatigue, the longer hours have potentially led to an increased number of claims for mental disorder within the nurses sector. I certainly don't want to draw any conclusions, but I would assume, or I'm hoping that WorkSafe BC are looking at those numbers and would be reporting those numbers back to the Minister. And through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister, I would also assume that the nurses, the union representing nurses, would be very concerned about that increased number, the additional fatigue, the shortages. We certainly just have to pick up a newspaper and read about some of those concerns. And so through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister, just wondering if the Minister also shares that same concern and if there's any communication that might be happening with the Minister of Health around how, working collectively with the Minister of Health and new hires, they may be able to assist in actually reducing those number of claims that have increased quite rapidly on account of COVID.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Yes, it is a concern to me, concern to nurses themselves for sure, and then also concern to the WCB. That's why a member will remember we brought in mental disorder presumption for nurses in 2020. And also on that list also is nurse aides, so we brought to cover them as well, give them the same presumption. And the WCB, the board, is also working on strategies, how to help them deal with the mental health disorders that are, creating, these claims and making those nurses sick, to work with them, and how do we minimize the risks, and so that we can deal with this issue. Again, it's a COVID year, we must appreciate it. And I met with the nurses myself only about a week ago, their representatives, and they are concerned about nurse shortage. They brought to my attention, and along with the Minister of Health, whose responsibility it is, and they are working actively to deal with the issue about nurse shortage and to deal with the mental health disorders, not only just for the nurses, but overall in the healthcare sector, because I don't have the exact numbers. Thousands of workers became sick themselves, trying to help us to go through the worst time during the COVID, and they risked their health and safety along with their families. They came to work so that we are protected. We receive all the population who became sick and needed that support, that they were looked after. So I think COVID, it was extraordinary pressure on all of our systems that it put. So I think it shows in these numbers that nurses were suffering, and they continue to suffer. Teachers, nurse aides, police, paramedics, and I think what we could do through the legislative or regulation changes, we are doing it here as a government, but the WorkSafe is also doing everything that they can to support those nurses, support our healthcare workers who are frontline workers, to make sure that they get timely support and they get the care that they need for them to become healthy and hopefully soon go back to work, so that they can continue to provide support to the population during these tough times.
Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister for that response. Hey, I certainly appreciate that there are additional supports being provided through WorkSafe BC. That's fantastic. That's very important. But the most important thing is what can be done preemptively to prevent those number of disorders. And I appreciate COVID has brought a whole bunch of challenges. But I believe, and I believe that the nurses would also agree, that a lot of the challenge and the extra stress and anxiety and the I guess the worry that has been brought upon them is from the shortage of actually staff. And this is where I started the line of questioning, trying to better understand. And although the minister has confirmed that fatigue is actually identified as potentially one of the causes or contributing factors to those that have workplace illness, like mental disorder, it isn't actually tracked. And I think that it's extremely important that WorkSafe BC is trying to track as much data as possible so we can actually get to the root cause. And I think that it's easy to make the assessment that it's due to a worker shortage and the extreme amount of overtime and the fatigue that actually sets in with, and that is what's actually leading to it. So great that there's supports there for those nurses that do need to take time to try and heal with respect to mental disorder. But the most important thing is what can we do to actually stop the injury in the first place? And so through Madam Chair to the Minister, that I think is kind of the crux of this line of questioning. And also to have a better understanding of just how in tune the Minister is with what's happening with respect to worker injuries around the province. I did ask the minister initially if there was any areas of concern that were highlighted. I provided a number of different opportunities for him to answer, and he's indicated no, that there were no concerns brought to his attention. But now that we actually start asking some lines of inquiry around mental disorder and the significant increase, 58% increase from my numbers, significant. That's a huge change. And now that it's been brought up in a bit more detail, the minister is now indicating that, yes, he was aware of this significant concern, has had conversation with the Minister of Health, which is fantastic. You know, I think that's important, that we're not dealing with ministries just in silos, that there is that broader conversation. So through you, Madam Chair, to the minister, are there any other areas similar to this particular challenge that's been identified that the minister is aware of that would be valuable to actually share with this House and with the general public around what trends are we seeing within WorkSafe BC, what challenges are out there? And again, as much as it's great that WorkSafe BC are there to provide the necessary supports when injuries occur, the most important thing is to prevent the injury from happening in the first place. And so this is the most important piece, I think, when you talk about the Ministry of Labour and WorkSafe BC, is what are the preventive efforts that can be undertaken, either directly within WorkSafe BC or by directing the ministries to take that pressure off, to do those additional hires, to reduce the amount of overtime so that nurses are not put in this untenable situation where they're working extremely long hours, getting stressed out, and having to take time off and putting, again, more pressure back on the financial supports that we have available through WorkSafe BC. Thank you, and I'll wait for the minister's response.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The prevention services at WorkSafe, every day look at how to prevent injuries, illnesses at workplaces. And when they see some trend somewhere, even some of the high-risk industries, they develop strategies, as I reported earlier. And to look at this particular area, and I want to say that nurses play a key role in getting us through I mean, every day they play a key role, but during the COVID especially, they played a exceptional role, along with the doctors, the care aides, and other cleaning staff, and you know, every member that is involved in our healthcare system. They played our, you know, extraordinary, I would say, role and tremendous amount of risk that they took on themselves, so that they can provide us, the population, a support that we need during those tough times. So I want to say thank you to all those nurses. As I met with them, those issues were identified by them, and I fully understand. And nursing shortage was, you know, been here for a long period of time, and it is one area that I think every minister tried to find solutions to, because, you know, my goal is, and I'm sure my Minister of Health's goal is, that no worker goes to work and get hurt, whether it's a physical injury or psychological injury. And, you know, these nurses are suffering as a result of a number of different factors. And what member asked, what strategy and what are we doing to prevent, Madam Speaker, to deal with these issues? I brought it here for the member earlier at a higher level, but I can go into some of the details what the Works in BC is doing to help the, you know, not just the nurses, but anyone who is dealing with the psychological injuries. So, for example, through strategies such as education, consultation, and enforcement activities to enhance the overall psychological safety in workplaces across the province. This includes deploying a team of prevention officers focused on psychologically healthy workplaces, and developing resources for workers and employers, including best practices, toolkits, and guides for workplace psychological health. And the next is researching the impact of psychological health and safety on workplaces, and strategies and or tactics to enhance workplace psychological health and safety. Several research initiatives are underway looking at evidence-based interventions, tools, tactics, programs, etc. For psychological injury prevention and post-psychological injury services. And then to provide workers and employers with the material to support psychological health in their workplaces. These have included developing workshop to train employers in building psychological safe workplaces, establishing and supporting the first responders mental health committee, and developing and executing on outreach and educational opportunities. I would add that we, as I mentioned earlier, that in order to help those who suffer from psychological injuries at workplaces, to make a little smoother for them to get help through the Works at BC through their claim. We provided mental health injuries as a presumption, along with a number of other occupations. And overall, I asked, Works at BC, when I was appointed the minister, that there must be better prevention and better enforcement. And that's where I think I agree with the member that prevention is the key. And if you could prevent injury from happening in the first place, then the whole system is easier to handle then. And the workers are healthy and at work. Employers are happy because the workforce is working and productive and happy. So they hired more prevention officers and more enforcement officers. And last year, due to COVID, they had more inspections, significantly increased the inspections so that they can have a better enforcement and provide support when the workers need it. So those are some of the key areas of providing support in prevention side and enforcement side, members. So there's a lot going on out there, and I applaud the efforts of the Works at BC to providing the help when the workers need it. And of course, you can always do more.
Member?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the Minister, thank you for that response. It's interesting that there was an increase in enforcement officers and inspections that were undertaken. Through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister, as the Minister of Labour, is the Minister able to share with us how many nursing positions were either put onto where nurses were that had to take either a leave of absence or terminated in the last year on account of COVID?
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I don't think I have the jurisdiction about how many workers are working in any different area. That may be available from different ministry, maybe Ministry of Health. If those estimates come, maybe the member can try there.
Member?
Okay, thank you very much. I certainly will follow up with the Minister of Health just to have a better understanding about the number of nursing positions that have actually have been terminated or taken a leave of absence over the last year. And I think that, as the Minister talks about prevention, from what I'm understanding and talking to nurses in the Shuswap riding, that it's a shortage of staff that has largely led to the overwork and the amount of stress, which has contributed to the significant number of claims. And I guess just maybe one last question on this particular topic before we move on, through Madam Chair to the Minister. Is WorkSafe BC, do they track the number of or the actual cost associated with mental health disorders? And I had shared what I understand to be a significant increase in the number of claims over the last number of years. I'm just wondering through you, Madam Chair, to the Minister, if the Minister could provide a dollar figure for what the actual cost is, or the cost increase associated with the claims for mental disorder.
Minister.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Member, they're looking through it, can't find the specific, the area of cost, as the member have asked about the mental health cost. I think year by year the member is asking, 2021 and versus 2020, I believe. And we will try to get that information. If they track it that way, I will try to get that for the member tomorrow.
Recognize the member noting the hour. This will be the final question before we recess tonight.
Great. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. There was a few questions that I had raised earlier and just wanted to loop back with the minister and his staff. One was with respect to travel. There was an indication of if there was an underspend, what happened with the travel dollars. So just hoping that, Minister, I don't need it now, but if we could have that at the start of the day tomorrow. As well, with respect to the boards, there's a $300,000 budget line item for boards, and looking for the highest remuneration, the lowest, the average, and then the number of board positions that actually comprise that $300,000 fee. The other item was looking at the significant recoveries, so STOB 90, that was for external recoveries, which largely came from WorkSafe BC, just looking for the numbers for 2019, 20, 2021, and 21-22. And I believe that the current budget estimates show $30,535,000. So just looking for that. And the last item that I was hoping I might get some information on, and that was the financial information for the Employment Standards Branch. There was the gross expenditure of $14,010,000 that's set out in the budget. Just looking for a breakdown of the further financial costs and expenses for that particular department. So with that, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the Minister and his staff for the answers today.
Thank you, member, and thank you, Minister. Noting the hour, I ask the Minister to move the motion.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Noting the hour, we will try to get that information, member, for tomorrow. And I think the staff have made note of the areas of questions and answers needed. So, noting the hour, Madam Chair, I move that the committee rise, report resolution and completion of the estimates of the Ministry of Tourism, Art, Culture and Sport, and report progress on the Ministry of Labour, and ask leave to sit again.
Thank you. Members, a vote is about to take place. The question is that the committee rise, report resolution and completion of the estimates of the Ministry
Of Tourism.
Culture and Sport, and report progress on the estimates of the Ministry of Labour. It's okay, breathe, and seek leave to sit again. Those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Those opposed indicate nay. Motion is carried. Thank you, members. This committee now stands adjourned.